All right, all right, all right. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this day, shall we? This day that will not be it will not be like last year's day while we were trying to figure out, hey, what are we going to do? What are the Panthers going to do to win that next cup? That is not that is not where we are today at all. Now, so far, not a whole lot has gone on. I'm going to pull up the tracker here in a little bit. We've heard the noise about Bob Samuskevich. Um, it'd be nice if Greer, if that deal fell through, if there was no interest in Greer. Terrible player with a lousy attitude. I don't know why anybody would be interested in him at all. Hey, Colin. Yeah, I heard. I guess Kevin Weeks said the Oilers and Bobrovsky's camp had some discussions. I can't imagine how much Bobrovsky is asking for that it would have even gotten to the point where they're talking with other teams. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the other teams are giving Bobrovsky a little bit of a reality check and that, hey, man, we love you, but you're going to be 38. Look at your numbers this year. Like, maybe stay with your team. Hey, Simon, Colin. Yeah, I heard about the Samuskevich thing with the Kraken. Hopefully he's not going anywhere, but I'm surprised. I mean, what are they like for future? Sure, but they're in the middle of a playoff situation here. I'm like, you don't add Mackie Samuskevich to help your playoff chances. So I'm not sure what that situation entails. And we'll just keep refreshing the page and we'll see what happens a little bit here. When I say refresh the page, obviously I'm on Twitter. And right now, a whole lot of nothing. Now let me see if I can get the trade tracker up here. Let's see what else we have here. Hey, Simon. Tonight's game is on NHL Network. All right, so I guess we got to figure out. I think I get that on my YouTube TV. So, hey, Bucks, how you doing? Buffalo, Winnipeg last night. Yeah. Colin says between Petrie and Matheson, who had the bigger reaction to being gone. Oh. Well, Matheson, we got Hornquist for Matheson, right? Bobby, yeah, I fixed it. I'm used to putting 12 p.m. because it's noon, so the p.m. was automatically there, so I fixed it. But I fixed it after I saw your comment. In terms of what I think is going to happen today, Simon, well, what I think and what I hope. So what I think is Greer's probably going to be gone. What else is there? I don't think we're going to sell any of the goalies. What I would like to see happen is Greer get an extension, Bobrovsky get an extension, Tarasov get re-signed, and Boquist get traded. That's my wish list for the day. But you know what they say, wish in one hand and crap in the other. So let's see. TSN trade. It's there again. All I did was put in the letter T, and TSN trade tracker is right there. Probably because a lot of people are looking for it, right? Not because they're listening in. So let's see here. I don't want a whole video thing. I just want, here we go. Oh, yeah, so Bobby Brink to the Wild. Oh, the John Carlson trade last night from the Caps to the Ducks. Ducks aren't playing around. a conditional 26 first-round pick, and a 27 third-round pick. Not much to sneeze at. Shen and Stanley went to Buffalo, and Winnipeg got Bryson, Rosen, a second and a fourth. And the Sabres ended up with Sam Carrick from the Rangers for a third and a sixth. Connor Garland to the Jackets. He'll fit right in. Vancouver got a 2 and a third. I wonder, let me see something. Let me look at Connor Garland's numbers here, and I just wonder, that might be somebody that you can look at and think, yeah, so, I mean, Garland scored more goals than Greer, obviously. This year, not as much. But if you're going to get a 2 and a 3 for Garland, Greer's probably a 4, which is about what we've known anyway. Perron to the wings. And then the rest is the stuff that we knew about pretty much yesterday. Yeah, AI adaptive search. Exactly, Craig. Katarko says, even to think, hey, the Panthers could well make a playoff run next year is still great compared to 10 years ago. No doubt. I always joke about that now because it's like I started the channel 10 years ago because I was so pissed off about all the losing and the trades that we had made. And within 10 years, I'm like, okay, so we won't win 3 cups in a row. Like that is insane to me, to go from being motivated enough to start the channel because they're so bad to now just being like, well, okay, so we don't win 3 cups in a row. It's not the end of the world. It's fine. No big deal. We'll be fine. It's such a crazy situation. Runwood King said the Ducks said they want a cup now. Coach Q said, hold my beer. Yeah. Hey, Goat. So are we moving off Boquist, Greer, Samo, Sabrango today? So Sabrango's not worth anything. I mean, remember, we picked him up off of waivers. I don't think you could get anything for him at this point. Greer, probably. I mean, based on him not playing last night, unless they come to terms on a contract, right? Maybe they want to, I mean, I was hoping Greer was going to stay. I really dislike the idea that we're going to lose Greer and keep Boquist. That just makes me sick to my stomach, but it is what it is. Maybe if we might lose both. I mean, I'd be fine with trading Boquist. Obviously, he's getting paid way too much, all things considered. And then Samuskevich, I still am confused as to why anybody would be interested in Samuskevich now. I've thought he'd be a summertime trade because he's not helping you in the playoffs. Unless, of course, he does help them in the playoffs, and then we're going to look like duties. Rosado says, I can't wait to see Bob go away, ride Tarasov. I really don't care anymore. Rosado, now come on, man. Huh? Don't be like that. Craig says, the massive disappointment is the history of a three-peat in the salary cup era not happening. It's close to impossible. Hey, Bex, are we gonna see the baseball classic? Probably not. Probably not. We're gonna be here all day. We got a game tonight, and then we'll have to sort through the wreckage of whatever it does have. Goat Slayer says, not trying to strike a nerve with Samo, but Kid has had a lot of chances this year with a decent amount of ice time to show something. Greer takes too many penalties. Only Kulikov is allowed to do that. I mean, so Greer leads the team in plus minus. I hear you on the penalties, but Greer leads this team in plus minus as a fourth liner. That's just stupid. Now, and in terms of Samuskevich, completely agree about all the opportunities he's had. Nobody's more disappointed. Again, last night, he comes in, he's got space. It's gotten to the point now where teams are giving him space to shoot because it's going right into the belly of the goaltender. It's uncanny. And then um teams are allowing him to carry the puck into the zone because they know all they got to do is give him a little shoulder, give him a little noogie, and he loses the puck 100% of the time. Like, I can't remember the last time he carried the puck into the zone, jumped it in, went into the corner, won the puck battle, and got it out to a player. I don't know when the last time I've actually seen him do that. Once, and I'm not even trying to exaggerate because I would have celebrated it if I'd have seen it. Greg says Mackey couldn't even help the Cats in the playoffs. Yeah, he definitely hurts his chances, especially in a contract year, and pooped the bed. I feel bad for the kid because, he took less money to stay, and then now, I don't know. Maybe we give him another opportunity. They're not going to just give him away, right? Like, if somebody really wants him and wants to blow us out of the water with an offer, I'm sure we will listen. Sharks extend Nedeljkovic for 2 years at $3 million. Okay. Good for him. Beck says you're supposed to beat the goalie, Samo, not play pass with him. Now, Jackson, I wouldn't be against keeping Mackey, obviously. It's just gotten to the point where it's been the entire season. Like Craig is saying, it's depressing because he's the youth the Cats need, right? Kid had 15 goals last year, but massive regression this year. Now, the hard part about it is you can't fault his effort, right? You cannot fault his effort, and you can't fault his willingness to go in and try to play the game that the Panthers are playing. Sophomore slump, you want to give him one more chance? I mean, we keep throwing his ass out there on the second line no matter what. He's on the second power play unit now. So I would kind of prefer to see him get one more chance. But at the same point, if we get blown away with an offer and we get assets, are we going to go, fix that spot next to Bennett and Tkachuk? I wouldn't want to lose Samuskevich and then replace him with Rodriguez. You know what I mean? Like, we need to get younger. Beck says if we don't dump Boquist, they'll be upset today. Oh, geez, Rosado, Owen Tippett. I saw somebody say that he thought Owen Tippett was going to go to the Lightning. Now, if you want to see an absolute, abject, terrifying, stroke-inducing meltdown, if that son of a bitch goes to the Lightning and helps them win. I'm just saying, I saw somebody on Twitter. That's all. The thought never crossed my mind. And then when I saw that, I was like, ah. Bobby, the 11 hour. Yeah, that's my bad. Jackson, I'd be fine with a Bob Tarasov tandem next year. There's nobody out there. You know what I mean? There's no free agents. If the best goalie free agent is Bobrovsky, it's kind of similar to the Ekblad situation last year, where most people felt like Ekblad would have been the top defenseman on the market. Tampa's looking for two players on the Leafs. Why don't you get 2 firsts for Bob? There's no way. There's no way we'd get 2 firsts for him, in my opinion. It might be what we're asking. Might be what we're asking. Hold on, let me check Twitter here real quick. I got it up here, but it's frozen up for a second. All right, let me see here. Some reason it froze up on my laptop here. Oh. There's a depressed Buffalo Sabres fan posted Devon Levi and a first for Sam Reinhart. Yeah, so the Sharks signed Nedeljkovic, so that's probably meaning no Bobrovsky, right? So nothing. I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything at all. Tampa looking Kane Stamkos. Oh, Tippett. Yeah, I heard the Tippett thing. Gold says, I'm not giving up. I'm not for giving up Bob. I'd rather we just adjust his contract and play him as a tandem with Tarasov, and Tarasov being the primary tender. So I agree with that, Goat Slayer. And I think that's what Zito's probably trying to do. The assumption has to be, and the information we heard has concurred with this, Bob wants to be paid like a true number one and not do the tandem thing. Because I got to believe, like if all of this goes down and he signs a 3-year, $8 million contract, I'm going to be like, why? That was what I thought he was going to sign over the summer, was 3x8. So my assumption is he wants not just to keep his 10, but he wants 11, maybe 12 million. Like maybe he wants to be the highest paid goalie in the NHL because he just won 2 cups. And he's just, doing the Jedi mind trick with the numbers from this year. Those are not the stats from this season. You know what I mean? Like those are not the stats you're looking for. So your guess is as good as mine there. Olechka, can we get Stenlund back? Probably not. I think Schwint is the guy. Oh, that's another name that you could see get moved was Nosek. Not for much, but maybe like what we got for Petrie. Maybe if somebody. Apparently, the Petrie thing was that Zito kind of promised Petrie, like if we weren't going to be in the playoffs, that he'd move him to a contender. It's probably going to retire. Bucks, did I see the Owen tip? Yeah, I did. I did, Bucks. Craig says, Ben, send Boquist the Islanders so he can be with his brother again. I'm fine with that. I'll every day I trade him. Justine says, Bob is toxic. He won't let another goalie take over. He won't. Now, in the past, that has worked in our favor because every time one of the backups looked like he was going to take Bob's job, all of a sudden Bob was playing fantastic again. And that so much hasn't happened this year. It's just been such a weird year all the way around. Lechka says, you get rid of Bob, you can kiss that cup window goodbye. I mean, unless we get Shesterkin. Now, if we could trade Bobrovsky for the assets that it would cost us to get Shesterkin, would you guys do it? Like, would you do it? Or like if we had to throw in Samuskevich. So we trade Bobrovsky to Edmonton, and whatever we get back from Edmonton, we add Mackie Samuskevich and we get Shesterkin from the Rangers, which is never going to happen, by the way. I know that, but I'm just asking if you guys would do it or not, because, I'll let you go. Jackson says our goalies in the system have to play eventually. I'm really liking Cooper Black. So Craig says Bob won 2 cups because the Cats played a specific style that aided the goalies to the goalies' benefit. I mean, not entirely untrue, right? Yeah, Cooper Black is, remember, he's undrafted. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him play some games. That was my question last night in the recap is like, what are we doing? Are we just going to grind these guys into the ground when we know we're out of it? Or are we going to, what's the number? Like, is it going to be like, finally now we're going to get some call ups? Like, how many games have to be left before everybody's like, okay, we're done. We're going to start resting guys. Like, as fans, we've reached that point. But the players, like, is 20 games, are we done now? Or are we going to end up being like, because mathematically, theoretically, it's still the slightest possibility. Like I said last night, we could win 5, Boston could lose 5, and all of a sudden we're right there. And I don't think it's going to happen. But the point being is, like, I'd be fine seeing Cooper Black come up and get some games. Rosado, we saw the Uyghur trade a couple days ago, right? Hungry said, who would have thought that out of all the guys in the roster, Bob would be the most troublesome? Well, the Russian players play to a different drummer, right? Yeah, Black has issues covering the short side. His side to side movement is not spectacular. Goat Slayer wants Skinner. So Hungry would make that trade, right? Lechka says if we fix our defense, we don't need a Shesterkin. J-Man says 100% he's a beast. He just needs a new sensory. I'd be willing to ship for Hagee too, right? Exactly, Goat. Jackson says, like, we literally let Luongo run the goalie thing and we barely let the kids play. It's very true. It's very true, right? I mean, the Spencer Knight thing, that it's just the timing of everything just didn't mesh. Spencer was ready. We were ready to win a cup. And when he went into that player assistance program thing, I think it, that pretty much was the end of that. Ron King says, I think Swayman, Price, and Shesterkin have ruined paying goalies big money. Teams, I think, will be more cautious with paying goalies. Remember when Swayman thought he was going to get like 11 or 12? Or at least that's what we were being told. Hungry says, not going to lie, I'd like to see what Skinner would look like with a proper defense in front of him. I mean, my take. What's my take? 2 goals in a game 7, right? Could the Panthers fan base handle that? I don't know. Beck says, maybe we signed that goalie the other day to play in Cooper Black's spot on the checkers while we see what Cooper Black's made up in the NHL for the rest of the season. Well, he's already been on the checkers. So it's this weird thing that I didn't even know existed. Apparently, veteran players can like be on the checkers, but actually not have a contract with the Panthers. Because I learned that this year. Because Domingue, we were going over the checker stuff, and Domingue was there and getting some games in, not a lot, but a few. And so I thought he was in the system, but so the contract, the only real purpose to signing him to that contract two-way is if you're thinking about the possibility that you might bring him up, which would mean Cooper Black wouldn't even get that opportunity. Now, maybe they want to leave Black there if the checkers are going to be competing for the Calder Cup again. Maybe they want to give him, because last year he wasn't the goalie when they went so far in the Calder Cup. He was not the guy that was playing. I forget who it was. How much for Hellebuyck? Rosado? I don't know. I don't think we have the assets to do that. Yeah, Hungry says more than we could probably afford to trade away. He signed for like 8 more years. Olechka says, if we got Hellebuyck, I don't know what to do with myself. I'd be like that dog that just grabs things around the house for no reason. Oh, Olechka, that reminds me of such a sad story, man. My first dog, Beezer, he had cancer, lymphatic cancer, and we had to put him down. And the vet comes to the house to put him down, and Beezer could barely get up at this point, and he gets up and he walks over to one of his wooden toy blocks and he puts it in his mouth like the vet was going to play with him. And we were like, no, man, this is not that time, buddy. It's not that time. God damn it. Bobby says Skinner struggles with consistency. He either gets a shutout or allows 6 goals. Right. Hungry says, can the fan base handle it? The fan base is fawning over Marchand a year and a half ago. They effing hated him. So one way to look at it is what Goat Slayer is saying, is that Bob's vacancy will open up immense amounts of cap space for the future. Could be bright. It's up to Bob, though, if he wants to take a team-friendly contract. Let me see what, if anything, is... Let me see if we got anything going on here. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, there's the Nedeljkovic. That's about it. And mostly what you see is people saying that, Bobrovsky's not going anywhere. Fans saying that Bobrovsky's not going anywhere. So nothing. And what about TSN? Anything happen, TSN? Hey, Kyle. Kyle's going to be joining us at noon. No, I mean, there's just nothing going on. All right, scrolling down to the bottom. Yeah, no, we never really hated Skinner. I just kind of meant, could the fan base handle the juxtaposition of losing Bobrovsky and replacing him with Skinner, the guy that Bobrovsky beat? Like, it would be madness. This is Sparta. Ghost says, I never cared for the Skinner troll chance. He got a bad rap being behind a team with no defensive mindset. He was left out to dry a lot. Hungry thinks he was scapegoated hard in Edmonton. Could easily be a case of Canadian media striking again, and the Pens defense is met at best. Thank you, Colin. Yeah, it was Corpusalo that was starting over Black last year. Yeah. Thank you for that. Go McNuggets. Oh my God, Dietrich, if the Bubba puppet retires, insert in the arms of the Angels. I don't even want to think about that. Like I did think about it for a half a second last night. Obviously, Bubba, would be the only fun part about that. The only fun part about if Bobrovsky does get traded is when I make the video and use the Bob puppet in the video. The fun part will be all the people that don't know what this channel is, that are wondering why there's some dude playing with a puppet talking about Bobrovsky. That would be fun. The new people that would find, why is this dude playing with a puppet? What the hell is going on? That part would be fun, but it'd only be fun for about 5 minutes. Bobby, yeah, no, it would be funny if Skinner joined us and won a cup. There's no doubt. No doubt. Draisaitl the bridesmaid. Yeah, Draisaitl deserved blame for not having any goals in the 7 games in 2024. I mean, they got to make the playoffs. Sean says, I don't want the Bob Puppet to go away. I'm sad. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I still wouldn't get rid of him or anything like that. You know what I mean? Stream should have been called the Petrie going away party. Well, he's all right. Yeah, he's going to get to play in the playoffs, right? If we trade Bob, can I make a Bob compilation video of his greatness? Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I don't think it's happening. 3:26 remaining. I mean, there's really not much going on. Like, forget about what we're doing or not doing. Just Pagnota, let me see. What he says is they're exploring the Bobrovsky options and adding a goaltender. I don't know. Nothing. Nope. All I got is nothing so far. Chris Johnston just said, in terms of Bobrovsky, some people I really trust out there believe this guy is being traded, but I can't figure out where he's going. Oh, no. That's fake news. It's fake news. That's fake news. I can't imagine what Bobrovsky would be asking for that we're not willing to give him if that was going to happen. But it's going to be like that all day until we get to 3:00. And then now, the other thing with that is that wouldn't we have already called up Domingue if there was really a possibility that he was getting traded? Because we have a game tonight in Detroit. You're going to play Tarasov 2 nights in a row? I mean, I guess it's possible, but you don't have anybody else. So wouldn't you have already? I mean, I guess Domingue is what? He's standing by waiting for his private jet, his private chopper. Is that? Can you take a chopper? I guess you could take a chopper, right? I don't know. I mean, like, is he just hanging out waiting to see if he's got to fly in? Goat says, Bob, take $8 million to be happy. If not, take your booby to free agency. Yeah, Igor wants to be the next Hendrik Lundqvist. Wasted talent with no cup. Anthony says, Jaws, I know you don't want to trade Bob, but realistically, what team would give us the best return? If I take where I want him to go out of the mix, maybe Carolina. Like, if I take all emotion and reason and logic out of it, maybe because I don't know what their cap situation is. I mean, Edmonton, I'm not interested, honestly. I mean, unless you're going to get, what are you going to get from Edmonton? They got to clear cap space. The only way I think he's going somewhere is if we really, really just get blown away. Chris said on ESPN yesterday, Emily Kaplan said Bob wanted a 7-year extension. Not now, she really say that? Come on. Bubba. Bubba. Come on, Bubba. I mean, even 5 years would just be astronomically, ridiculously pushing it. But 7? Come on. Kachukin says, Bob, only worth 5.6 million. We have to be, yeah. 7 year would be crazy. Alechka, I did see Bennett's post-game comments. Yes. 100%. Yeah, he gives us insight into the mentality of the group as a whole, not just the players. NHL and aviation, it is quiet. You're not kidding. I don't think there'll be a last-minute surprise this year, Simon. I really don't. So Buck says, how about Vegas or Pittsburgh? Yeah, Carolina probably rolls with Bussy. You're right. Yeah, I like Colin's idea. Bob for Bussy. I'm good. I don't know. The kid's only got like 25 games. I know he's playing great, but are we really sure? How about Vegas or Pittsburgh? I mean, we'd end up with Skinner. Can you imagine? Where it all starts for me is that I can't imagine Bobrovsky would want to go to a team that isn't already going to meet his contract demands. If he wants a 7-year deal, like nobody's giving him that. Nobody's giving him that. I'd be shocked if even like I said, 5 would be just stupid. On the Point Show, really said that. That's wild. Bob and Greer for Bussy. Oh, there you go. There you go, Carolina. Anthony says, I've been saying to Canadians, they send us Zavarsky and a second. We retain Bob's salary and they get Bob. I wonder if they're on his no trade clause. I mean, obviously he'd have to waive, right? Bobby says, I love Bob. I'd go for 3 years or 4.8 million. Trade alert, but it's nothing crazy. What you got? What you got, Colin? Oh, for Peter. Okay. Brett Harrison, Jackson Edwards to the Flyers for Peter. Yeah, that's kind of a minor. That's all it's been so far, right? Jaden Struble in 2/3 seems like a good offer for Greer. You've been seeing on Puckpedia. I mean, Dietrich doesn't like, well, you guys don't like Struble, but I mean, if it was anything in 2/3 for Greer, I mean, you could just flip Struble for whatever after that if you don't want him, if you don't like him. 2/3 for Greer and a player? We'd have to be stupid not to do that. Yeah, we've been seeing that one, Silva, about the Samuskevich in Seattle. An AHL trade. No, Anthony, they don't let us know what his 16 teams. We're not allowed to know that. Yeah, I mean the Isles could use a couple of things. You think Greer is a second, huh? Foligno to Minnesota from Chicago. Boy, Minnesota's loading up. That's for sure. I don't know if Greer's the second. Apparently no interest from Florida in moving Mackey. See, now then he's going to get, if that's the truth, then he's getting another chance next year. I mean, and they may just do that, right? I think Peter just got traded. I think he just got traded, Miami Sports, to up above. You can look and see. Hold on, let me get the trade tracker here and see if it's on or not. Yeah, there's a trade between the Flyers and the Bruins. Anything else? That's all we got here. Let me come over here to Twitter and see what else, if anything else is happening. You guys have been getting it pretty quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Somebody said Vincent Trocheck has removed all mentions of the Rangers from his Instagram. Huh. Drieger says, I think there's a better chance Bobrovsky gets moved than Binnington, but I got a note that puts the odds of Binnington at 50-50. Huh. Ooh, I'm hungry. My stomach is growling. That's interesting. Yeah, no thanks. No, Lightning, we're good. We're good. We're good on Hedman. It's fine. You keep him. We wouldn't want to impose that way. We're fine. You do you look. We already got Ekblad. Okay, that's enough. Dietrich, yeah, there's no. I mean, I know she said it, but my God. Bobby says Bennington needs to go to a contender. He was incredible in Game 7. I know. I did see that about the possibility of Stamkos with the Lightning. I mean, it makes sense. It really does make sense. Dietrich says, I admit if we signed Bobby to 7, I'd be foolishly happy. I mean, my video would get a lot of views. That's about the best thing I can say about giving him a 7-year deal. Lightning. Ekblad would probably be better. Yeah. It depends. Jelly says, I just hope the possible Bob trade means any other assets and not Monty or any Vegas goalie, Jare or Skinner. None of those would be good for us. Don't be surprised. I mean, if he's going to, I don't know. Yeah, I was just a couple seconds ago, Felino to the Wild. I thought it was you that had it, Colin. I thought it was you that had it. Nothing's old news now, right now. It's like everything is happening at lightning speed. Yeah, so Flingo, we don't know what the terms are. Let's see. So Bob is doing his normal skating morning skate routine, which of course that makes sense, right? Not much, just some minor stuff. I haven't seen anybody so far that's really made too much of a difference with their team to make them go, maybe say, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to win or not. Frank Saravalli, in terms of Wallstead, the Wild want a number 1 center the teams that are in that kind of realm that might be moving number one centers, I don't know that they all need a goalie. So they want a number one center for Wallstedt. So that would be Lundell, right? Theoretically. Like, I know he's not been perfect this year, but not that I would want to make that deal. Don't get me wrong. But that's a lot to want for that kid. Let's see. Looking at some of the Pagnotta notes. I guess Ovechkin said this is the saddest day of his career personally after John Carlson was traded. The quote was, "It's obviously a sad day, probably the toughest day in my career. I'm talking about personal wise. It sucks. It's sad." Damn. That's a hard one. Let me see what else here before I come back to the chat. Sources indicate Carolina is not going to be changing around their goalie situation, which makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. And that's it so far. Nothing. Anthony says there's multiple mock drafts that have us drafting at number 10, and they were either getting Oscar Hemming, Oliver Sunta, or Ja. I'll be honest with you, buddy. I don't know much about the draft picks. That's my weak spot there. But yeah, I mean, we're probably going to end up in the lottery. I mean, it can all at this point, like, can you imagine if President's Trophy lost the cup, won the lottery? Like, the Canadian fans would go to the arena and burn it down, I think. Leshka says, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and hear Zito negotiate deals. Lemon chicken or roast soup. That's not so bad. I cooked up my chicken thighs in my apple cider vinegar, so I'll be okay. I gotta watch my diet because my heart's gonna kill me. Ugh. Bassey, Sorokin, and Thompson are your top three for the Vezina. Just goes to show you never know, right? Lightning Girl doesn't. You don't want Stamkos? Oh, come on. He wants another cup. Let him ride along. Buck says, according from Adam Schefter, Geno Smith and Murray watch for the Dolphins. I will get if we get Geno Smith or Kyler Murray, I will just get my Dolphins jerseys and burn them. Not the Marino one, though. Not the Marino one. That can't happen. Yeah, so Foligno got moved. That's what we know so far. But no big surprises here so far today. Oh, somebody retweeted the old Carolina Hurricanes acquiring Vincent Trocheck from the Panthers trade. And I mean, we did so good in that deal. We got Holla, Walmart, Luosterainen, and Prisky in that deal. So far, nothing else. Let me do it this way and see if I can get some better. Now these are all old. Nope. All right then. Chris Johnson says the Bruins might have some interest in Trocheck. That actually makes sense. Not seeing nothing, anything right now. Hey, I see. Is Bob safe? In 3 hours and 8 minutes, he will probably be. Would I say, hold on, the chat jumped on me. Would I say that Bob's current contract is worth it? 1,000% yes. He won 2 cups. Like, when you sign a guy to a 7-year, $10 million a year contract, if you know that you're going to win 2 cups in those 7 years and win the conference another time, that is damn near winning the conference half of his contract. That is absolutely worth the money for sure. Hell, we could have paid him $12 million and it would have been worth it at this point. Nano says if we send Bob to a contender, it would be for a rental. We would need to retain salary. I don't doubt Bob once he gets in the playoffs, so he could be he could bring in a massive haul. I don't know. I don't know if the market for him just isn't all that there right now. Which could be good. Do I prefer? I'd rather keep him, Vestro. I'd rather keep Bobrovsky, but at the right price. And we need Tarasov signed. We need something. Right now, we have no goalie signed under contract. Hungary, we can only retain 50%. We're only allowed to retain 50%. And remember, with the new CBA, they got rid of the prorated thing. So when a team takes on Bobrovsky's contract, it's $10 million. It's not prorated anymore to only be what the cap hit would be for the rest of the season. That's another thing with that new CBA that they've made player movement not as easy as it once was. Corey Perry would be moved. I agree. Craig says Bob needs to finish his career with the Cats. Not if he wants a 7-year contract, though. Like if he's asking for 7 and you're having to negotiate down to 5, come on, man. 43, Bob? 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. And didn't Brodeur, let's see here. Didn't Brodeur play well into like 43, 44? I mean, I know he's the outlier. I mean, his last season with the Blues, he didn't play very much. But his last full season with New Jersey, he started 39 games and was a 2.51 and a 9.01. But he went to the platoon at a specific age because he started 76 games in 10, 54 and 11, 59 and 12, and then 29 and 13, and then 39 and 14. Was one of those years strike shortened? Why do I feel like one of those years was strike shortened? And then he played 7 games with St. Louis, was just an abomination that he was even there. He played 7 games for St. Louis, was okay, and then that was it. Yeah, it was so wrong seeing him in a Blues jersey. Yeah, it just. Craig says 7 years at $2 million. All right. Yeah, I know. He's 30. He's 37 or 38. It's 6 of one, half dozen of another, right? He's 37. He'll be 38 to start next season. So if you sign him to a 5-year deal, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. I mean, I don't know. You think part of the Fogle trade was to keep Perry in LA? I don't know why. Well, I guess because they're not going to be in the playoffs, right? Where are they? Yeah, they're only 3 points out. Or they're not kicking it. They're not. God, the goal differential is terrible. Come on, San Jose. You got to catch the Oilers. The Sharks are 4 points behind the Oilers with 3 games in hand. Come on, San Jose. You can do it. I know you could do it. Let's check Twitter again. Let's see. Let's see. Bobrovsky to Edmondson for McDavid and Hyman. That's the deal. That's the deal. It's done. That's it. Alex Tuck is looking for 10 and a half per year, being the top guy in the UFA market. He's probably going to get it. So are we going to get him? Or if they're going to let Tuck hit free agency, we're going to go get him, right? Hey, Kyle. Okay, good, because I gotta get some food, man. Okay, Kyle's gonna be here in a couple of minutes. What the hell do I got a stink bug on me? I don't know, man. Something's been weird on me all day long. All right. This is weird. There must be something out where there's no lightning or anything. This is weird. All the hair on my arm and hand and whatnot is like it's all standing up like I got some kind of static electricity. It's spooky. As soon as Jaws walks away, a trade is going to happen. Probably. You're probably right. Daniel says we don't need any bridesmaids on this team. Come on now. You wouldn't trade Bob for McDavid and Hyman? I mean, we're just throwing in Hyman for the fun of it. Perry told Kings he wants to stay in LA and refused to drop his no trade clause and had no interest in being traded. Good for him. Good for him. Hey, Adonis, how you doing? Bobrovsky to the Sharks for Celebrini and 3 firsts. I mean, we'll do it for 2 firsts. We don't want to get obnoxious, right? Mr. Vince says the Sharks are shat. Yeah, but they could still make the playoffs. Oh, yeah, Malkin's having a hearing for his high stick. He went Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, Craig. It's weird, man. Like all my hair over here is just like, it's all like buzzing. I don't know what the hell happened over here. I don't know. That's kind of weird, man. Now, what did I say? Right before my hair did that, that's when I said the Bob for McDavid and Hyman trade. Now, if that was to happen, I should just become a multi-billionaire. If I actually just joked about that and then it happened. Like, give me a break. Here he comes. All right. All right. Here's your, hey, Vincent.
So would I cover for next hour or so?
Yeah, something, we'll be back in, I'll come in at some point and we'll just do it together. I got to eat some food though. What did Vincent say? An hour. You've been live for an hour already. So what's new? Nothing. Yeah, it's my spidey senses. I see. Yeah, nothing's happened. I mean, like it's a very so far inconsequential trade deadline. All right, kid. I'll be back. I'm still gonna be looking on Twitter. If anything happens, I'll come on in. Obviously,
All right.
take the next shift, so I don't have to do 4 hours straight, and we'll just see how it goes.
You have no coasters in here, do you?
No, Twitter's up. Now, just be careful because every once in a while, it just likes to pop out a little bit in this position, so it'll get wonky. Just make sure the Ethernet is still there.
You mind grabbing a
Yes, I do.
a piece of paper towel?
Oh yeah, okay, I'll get some. I'll be right back.
Hello, what's up? Well, you've already got like 6 tabs open here.
Yeah. I mean, you can close some out as you need to.
Oh God, I just saw Bobrovsky's stats. 3.13 goals against average, 8.73 save percentage. All right, so how is everyone doing? Hello, Icy. No, I did not have a chicken patty for lunch. I had pizza. Anthony, it's funny that you should ask Jaws that question as soon as he goes off to take his break. Who you saw them both playing their primes. Who's a better two-way center, Barkov or Timu? I'll go hunt him down and ask him that myself. I'll be right back, cause Anthony, I want to answer your question now instead of making you wait another hour. Hey. Anthony asked this literally just after you left. He wanted to ask you taking your end out of this. We saw both play their primes. Who was the better two-way center, Barkov or Team Solari?
Well, Barkov's got a lot more time to play.
Yeah.
Too, you know what I mean?
I see.
You know what I mean? So I guess, we'll see what Barkov does in the next 10 years. Okay.
Anthony, to answer your question, Jaws believes it's a tight call because Barkov still has about another decade or so on his career. So you have to wait and see how Barkov does for the remainder of his career before you can possibly compare him to Teemu Solane. The Sharks extended to Delkovich, so it looks like they're out on Bob. Let's see. So let me catch on what's happened since the last time I looked. So David Perron went to the Red Wings for a 4th round pick going back to the Sens. The Blue Jackets traded for Connor Garland and the Canucks got a 2nd and a 3rd for him. The Sabres doing plenty of buying. Since they could not get Parayko, the Sabres traded for Sam Carrick and sent the 3rd and the 6th back to the Rangers. And then Luke Shen and Logan Stanley both went to the Sabres in exchange for Jacob Bryson, Isaac Rosen, a second and a fourth going back to the Jets. John Carlson is now an Anaheim Duck in exchange for a conditional first and a third going to the Capitals. If the Ducks fail to qualify for these playoffs, they have the option to retain their own first-round pick this year and send next year's first to Washington instead. Bobby Brink goes to the Wild. David Urasek to the Flyers. Brett Harrison, Jackson Edward, and future considerations to the Flyers. Alexis Gendron and Massimo Rizzo over to the Bruins. Are we sure that's not a made-up name? It would be so hilarious if that dude's name was Maximo Rizzo. The memes would be astounding. And Nick Foligno goes to the Wild in exchange for future considerations for the Chicago Blackhawks. Vancouver sold the whole farm and Washington has no problem selling. Yeah, I guess Washington doesn't believe they're a true contender. Washington is maybe one of the surprise sellers here. They had a legitimate chance, I thought, of making the playoffs, but I guess they want to invest in the future. Craig thinks Barkov probably has 5 more years of elite two-way play and then a slow decline. The Leafs losing streak hit 6 games again. They have 4 wins in their last 18 games. Not even a quarter of the games are they getting wins. Austin Matthews hasn't won a game since being called a winner by the Hughes brothers. He has 0 goals since January 27th. Why do they think the Wilds traded Urasek? Did they give up on him already? Well, I honestly do not know enough about. Let me look at what ESPN is saying here. The Wild acquired Bobby Brink and they sent David Urasek. So Urasek was, quote, unable to fulfill his potential after coming to the NHL club. Urasek has untapped offensive upside, but there are concerns about his defense and skating ability. So the Wild are bolstering because they want to get out of the first round. So, yeah. Again, as far as the Barkov Solane debate goes, I would like to wait until Barkov's career is over, because then you can take a look at the career-long statistics. Relentless says Malkin officially scheduled for player safety hearing today for actions in the Penguins game. So So yeah, we've got less than 3 hours now until the trade deadline, and essentially, aside from John Carlson going to the Ducks, there haven't been any major trades since yesterday. Corey Perry to Tampa Bay from LA. Holy shit. What? Corey Perry to Tampa Bay. Oh, great. So now the Lightning are guaranteed to at least to make the cup. God damn it. Kenneth says, poor Minnesota gonna draw Dallas, and they likely could have been most other teams in the West. Just because Peter DeBoer is gone doesn't mean I can trust the Stars immediately. How much bad luck does Corey Perry have to have in his career that he's been on multiple teams that have lost the Stanley Cup? Lightning losing to Vegas in the finals confirmed. Perry lost with them in 2022 versus Colorado, lost to them with Dallas and the Habs in 2020 and 2021. So there you have it, folks. Tampa Bay, of all teams, has chosen the vices of the Corey Perry curse. You'll make it to the cup, but you ain't gonna win. If you're the whole rest of the Eastern Conference playoff teams, your path to the cup just got a lot harder. Not because Tampa is a legitimate cup champion team, but because they've got Corey Perry. So how is everyone doing? Corey Perry to Tampa Bay. Good luck, Tampa. So the Nedeljkovic extension, by the way, is 2 by $3 million. So Nedeljkovic is apparently earning $3 million a year for the next couple of years. Wilder trading for Blackhawks captain Nick Foligno. This is Chicago doing their captain a solid to chase a cup. A second round pick in return. Is Corey Perry really worth a second rounder at this stage in his career? Olechka says 500-year-old Corey Perry's price is a second round pick, and you're telling me we can't get the same for Greer? NHL and aviation, you hope your Islanders do something, you beg? Well, Lou Lamoriello's no longer in charge, so the Islanders won't sleep through another deadline, right? Right? Yes, Corey Perry did just go to the Kings this season. Ryan Ree claims yesterday LA said that Perry was staying. Run with King said it's crazy that Perry is going to the Lightning because LA was working on a contract to keep him. Bobby says Corey Perry was easily the Oilers' best player in the 2025 finals. He was glad. Well, he still can't escape the Corey Perry Invitational memes. So my initial estimate is that's actually a nice piece of business for Ken Holland. He gets a second round pick to send a dude over to a team desperate to get back to another cup. And it's pretty much acknowledging that the Canes are systematically flawed and likely going to get crushed in the first round, even if they do make the playoffs. Goat Slayer, I have to correct you. Tampa just guarantees they are going to lose the Stanley Cup Finals in all likelihood with that move. Collins says Keynes won that trade by a mile. Kenneth says, should Tampa cut Perry the second they win the Eastern Conference Final? That's a 500 IQ move. So, second round pick. Nazem Kadri, on the Nazem Kadri front, apparently ownership is unwilling to retain on his deal, which significantly limits the market for him. It's believed that the Flames had a deal in place with the Avalanche, but with retention taken off the table, the Avs pivoted to Nick Waugh. Ted says, hi, Kyle. Good morning. Wow, first time seeing you in that chair and the morning live stream. Frank says, is Zito asleep? Let's get a first round pick and call it a day. We don't need much. The Marchand trade happened at the literal last possible minutes last year. You'll have to be patient. Yeah, the Kings may be sellers. So here it is. Here it is on TSN. Corey Perry to the Lightning for a to-be-determined second-round pick. Yeah. Greer, we're still waiting to find out what happens with Greer because he was a healthy scratch in last night's game, which all but guarantees the Panthers are moving him. Isles Talk on Twitter says, take this with a very tiny grain of salt, but the Isles and Blues have come back and are talking about Thomas. I wonder if that's just copium from that account. NHL Aviation says Minnesota appears to be done for the day. Yeah, TSN confirms the Perry trade. Literally yesterday, almost just over 24 hours ago, Frank Saravalli had tweeted that they could take Corey Perry off the trade targets board. He's informed the Kings he wants to stay. They will talk contract extension after the deadline. What the hell happened in those 24 hours? That sudden reversal. Yeah, hello, Data. Yeah, Corey Perry to Tampa for a second-round pick. Barman, the biggest... There's no Panthers news. Corey Perry goes to Tampa for a second-round pick going back to the Kings. And the biggest trade besides that, Nick Foligno, the Blackhawks captain, going to the Wilds purely as a cup-chasing move. Bobby Brink also going to the Wild in exchange for David Urasek. The Flyers and Bruins swapped a bunch of players. The Sabres, since they could not get Parayko, they went with Sam Carrick instead in exchange for a couple of picks. And they also got Luke Shen and Logan Stanley from the Jets. John Carlson is now an Anaheim Duck. Will Bob survive? I am not sure. The Panthers, if it's true that his contract negotiations have not been going well, Bob picked a terrible season to have those numbers on the ice. Run with Keene says that Kings could be trading Kemper as well. Makes sense why they brought up Portillo. J-Man says the Oilers beating Tampa in the finals would be hilarious and fitting for Corey's career path. So right now, the only thing on Twitter is just endless repeatings of the Corey Perry to Tampa news. On Daily Face-Off, Bob is scheduled to start tonight, but not confirmed, so we will see. Yeah, I got approximately 2 hours and 32 minutes to sit around and wait. Yeah, there's been no updates on Trocheck other than he wants to stay on the East Coast. The Rangers do want to move Trocheck, but he wants to stay on the East Coast, and he has a 12-team no trade list. Strieger on Trade Center says a source indicated minutes ago that there just isn't a legit offer for OEL that Treliving could work with. Dreger believes the ask from the Leafs for OEL to Edmonton was a first, a second, and a prospect. Teams still trying on Rasmus Ristolainen at this hour, but Flyers are fine keeping him unless their price is met. Has another year on his deal. Oh, there's Jaws. Hello. Hey, Dad. Yeah, we know who's losing in the Stanley Cup final now. The crazy thing is the Kings got a second in return. A second. NHL Aviation says, is he stupid? That's an insane ask for OEL. Tom Wilson on the Carlson trade. I never foresaw a Capitals game without John Carlson in it. People see the name go across the ticker and say, oh, Carlson got traded. Well, that's crazy. But players are moving their families across the country within an hour. We signed up for that. Today sucks. It's brutal. I'm sure there's some guys that want to cry. That's the reality of it. Today you can cry. Tomorrow you've got to wake up and be a big boy and go play hockey. Apparently, well, the NHL Rumor Report seems to be the one account on Twitter that just spews out old news. Flying Fluffy Jaw says a second for Perry should be 2 firsts for Greer. Yeah, this seems to be a seller's market. Mixed by the Scientist says if Bobby does get traded at 3 p.m., they would have a roughly 3-hour window to activate and fly in a starting goalie for tonight's game. Well, that's got to be at least part of the reason why we just signed Domin, right? Bobby says the Leafs should have kept Dubas and fired Shanahan after the 2020 free loss. Run with Keene says, oh crap, I think the Keens may be going for Laine. You mean the Keens are going to buy after they just traded Corey Perry? Per Kuiper. Oh, Sidney Crosby has joined the Penguins for practice. That's someone that's a Penguins fan. That's a Penguins beats writer clearly having some fun. Buffalo could also take a run at Brandon Carlo, and the Leafs would consider moving him if they can get their hands on Radim Mertka, last year's 9th overall pick. You think Montreal will have to retain 50% on Laine? Isaiah says it's pretty sad when Corey Perry is the biggest trade. Kenneth says, yes, move Carlo. All right, so I'll just keep on looking. I'll keep on looking. If Getty Malkin's hearing is at 6 p.m. tonight over the phone, meaning his suspension can't be longer than 5 games. You can cross the wild. Johnny Lazarus claims you can cross the Wild off the list for the Rangers, Vinny Trocheck. So for any of you who are interested, scrolling banner should have all the trades. If any Panthers trades are made, I'll put up a banner showing what has happened. For now, let me share. So, Corey Perry, acquired by Tampa Bay, is a pesky veteran utility wiener with a nose for the net, soft hands in tight, and a high hockey IQ, still effective despite being extremely slow, has lost in the Stanley Cup Finals 5 times in the past 6 seasons with 4 different teams. So in this season, his offense and finishing have taken a dip, but his defense has drastically improved compared to last season. Although his wins above replacement has slightly dipped. So that's what the Lightning felt was worth a 2nd round pick. How about a first and a second for Greer? Mixed by the Scientist says Hinostroza to Florida for future considerations. Who the hell is Hinostroza? Oh, one of Bill Zito's first free agent signings in Florida returns. Vinny Hinostroza has been traded to the Panthers. He's a Wild player. Here, let me. Give me a second. IC says after the two sides could not agree on a contract, the Dolphins now are expected to release kicker Jason Sanders. Yeah, well, he got hurt and Riley Patterson just completely took his job. Feel kind of bad for him. Hinostroza and Lomberg came at the same time. They picked Lomberg to stay. So let me put up a banner. Here. This is the only news we've got, Panthers related. So Vinny Hinostroza, who was with the Wild, that's gotta be purely a if the Wild have been buying like they have, they need roster space. They need cash too, which is why they just sent Vinny Hinostroza to Florida. Perry is ranked third for most playoff games played. That would be impressive if he had more than one cup. Craig says the resting of players for next season has begun. Sit Rhino and the other stars and plug in AHL guys. Buck Skull, you did not expect Tampa to do this. Yeah, they've pretty much guaranteed their best case scenario is losing the Stanley Cup Finals this year. Now Florida should trade Hinostroza for future considerations to another team. The Kings got a second-round pick for Corey Perry in the year 2026. Perry just got paid $250K for a 50-game mark. Tampa will pay $125K for first round win, $250K for second round, and $125K for conference final win. So not only might Tampa lose the Stanley Cup Finals, they might pay another $500K to Corey Perry for the privilege. Apparently, the Wild had $9.75 million of deadline cap space prior to acquiring Nick Foligno at $4.5 million. Adding his full cap hit would leave them with $5.25 million in available cap space. Jordan Eberle is signing a 2 by $5.5 million extension in Seattle. So now half of Panthers Twitter is going to say Vinny is back without any additional context and watch and throw their heads back in laughter at the fallout. Yeah, the Jets fall. J man. The first round pick we sent to Chicago for Seth Jones is top 10 protected, which means if the Panthers finish the season as one of the 10 worst teams in the league, we keep the pick. We keep the first round pick and have a spot in the draft lottery, which means the Panthers could luck their way into winning the draft lottery and getting Gavin McKenna. Jets fall off needs to be explained. Sergei Bobrovsky's here says, I am Panthers for life. At least you're Panther for the next 2 hours and 14 minutes. The Canes will have between 15 million to over 17 million in deadline cap space. You thought top 10 protected was only draft lottery placements, not standings related. Yeah. Kenneth, thank you for the clarification. For clarification, they keep the pick, but Chicago would get Florida's 2027 first round pick unprotected as compensation. Sports shorts, you've seen Oilers are in talks with Bobrovsky. Apparently, barring a change in the team's current stance, the Maple Leafs are expected to trade Bobby McMahon today with multiple suitors in play. Autismo Jones says Bob in Edmonton would make me vomit. It would make a great deal of teams vomit. Run with Keen says watch Kemper go to Edmonton. All right, so Jeb says, so much for our three-peat. We will do it next year with Barkov back in at full health. Apparently, Connor McDavid is 10 points away from catching Patrick Marleau. Connor McDavid has played 1,005 fewer games than Patrick Marleau. So we've got a bad dad joke here. Never trust a homeless horse. They're unstable. Kenneth says, Bob in the dressing room, you guys are tired. I'm going to three-peat myself. See you in 6 months. Dolphins to release Alec Ingold. Yeah, what had Alec Ingold done for us lately? But you need to develop Ollie Gordon. My God, he was not great. Vinny Hinostroza, acquired by Florida, is a speedy depth winner. He's 0.8 million by one. So he's a depth piece, which might mean this might be a guy we get because we're about to move on from Greer. We might be trading Greer and adding this guy as depth. Finishing 15%, goals 8%. Eesh, the only thing this guy is really good at is penalties. He's 31. So that's the guy we just acquired. Kenneth says, your app says, Tarasov expected versus Gibson confirmed. Let's see. Kyler Murray is expected to sign with the Vikings in free agency. It looks like Sidney Crosby. Oh, this is Sidney Crosby is at practice. I forgot he got hurt. Hello, David. Could Vinny be the Greer replacement? Vinny, it's entirely possible. It's basically he could be a. Let's see. So, essentially, the Panthers just took on a 775K net cap hit for future considerations. It's a roster spot being filled. Sports Shorts Habs also looking at Bob. JP says, Tampa, fire John Cooper. He can relocate to Sunrise and be Coach Paul Maurice's water boy. Bob might be on the move because Tarasov is in net for the back-to-back. It's interesting that the Dolphins chose to release a kicker who had a 27 straight made field goal streak and 9 of 9 on his last 50-plus yards field goals. No, Dad, we did not get Hinostroza for free. We have to pay the dude, technically. Bad dad jokes. I ate too much food coloring. Help, I'm dying inside. Marcia So is not practicing with the Preds. Which team could possibly be desperate enough to take Marcia So in his current state? And also, Eric Halla is not skating for the Preds. Matthew Owens says, why did we trade for Vinny? He Hey, Great White, thank you for the 50. Thank you, Great White. Thank you, Great White. He says, tell your dad I super chatted today. See you tonight. Yeah, the Wilds just were clearing cap space because of all the buying they've been doing. And we're filling a roster space. Bad Dad says, Florida's my number 2 team. Really disappointed this year. Your Red Wings are doing okay. Just wish Yzerman would do something useful. Yeah, what are Yzerman and Sweeney doing? The Red Wings and the Bruins are both in playoff spots, and they're both asleep here. So, the Oilers have a trade coming down the pipe, reportedly, for Leafs forward Bobby McMahon. The package is centered around the second round pick and another pick or a prospect. Not finalized yet, but it is in the final discussion stages. Pagnota says Calgary and Montreal are talking about a Nazem Kadri trade. You're told it might include Patrick Laine. The Canucks have acquired more second round picks in 2026 than they have wins this year. Jap says Kyle and his dad absolutely killed it broadcasting the Team USA Winter Olympic men's hockey games. Great times. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the release of both Sanders and Ingold leaves the Dolphins with about $5 million in cap space. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Perry back to Tampa Bay. That probably means they'll lose in the final. Not only that, but the Lightning are going to pay bonuses to Corey Perry for every round that the Lightning win in the playoffs. And if they make it back to the finals, those bonuses are going to total $500K. So there's a very real chance that the Lightning not only lose the Stanley Cup Finals, but pay an additional $500K for the privilege of losing in the Stanley Cup Finals. Yeah, less than 2 hours to go. So Eric Holla, David Pagnotta was told Holla has a convenient maintenance day. Apparently, talks had quieted on him. Marchessault is also not on the ice. As just mentioned on Daily Faceoff, Pagnotas was told the Canadiens have circled back with the Flames recently on Nazem Kadri. Talks continue, some chatter. Patrick Laine could be in play here if this gets to the finish line. Mixed by the scientists. Yeah, Vinny Hinostroza. Patelron, it's just Vinny Hinostroza coming back. Essentially, the Wilds needed to clear some cap space, and we took him on. The Sharks are paying $14 million to players not on their team. Silva says Lightning losing in the Stanley Cup Finals. Woohoo! Hinostroza. He was one of Bill Zito's, I believe, first draft or free agency move, says GM a long time ago. I think he was around, someone said he was around at the same time as Lomberg, and we chose to keep Lomberg over him. Let's see. All right, so yeah, this is the only news right here. Vinny Hinostroza to Florida, and also we're still laughing at the Lightning for trading for Corey Perry. So Pagnotta had some notes a couple of hours ago. Flyers, who just traded Brink, also in talks about Deslauriers, Grundstrom, and Ristolainen. Sabres are shopping Devon Levi. Florida Panthers exploring Bobrovsky options and adding a goalie. And the Ducks are looking for a top 6 winner. Can Vinny get his first goal as a Panther? Maybe. Jonathan Kovacevic said he wants to be with the Devils and has no intention of waving. You can scratch his name off your lists. Apparently, John Carlson got traded while he was asleep and didn't find out until this morning. Hang on a second. No, I said Corey Perry to the Lightning. The Canadians reportedly received a Sergei Bobrovsky trade update from the Panthers. Are you really trying to trade Bob to the damn Habs? Let's see. Montreal is apparently also interested in Zach Whitecloud. The Kings retains half of the Corey Perry contract, which applies to bonuses too. Wow. Yeah, don't believe the Bob rumors until it actually happens. The Stars activated Hintz off of IR. Well, that it makes things a little less lopsided in the Kings' favor. Yes, you got the second round pick, but you're also paying half of Corey Perry's contract.
I'll hang out with you guys a little bit. So you need some water?
Yes, please.
Ain't nothing, huh? That Vinny, between the Petrie trade and then Hinestroza trade, I mean, just give us the third cup now.
Oh, yeah, did you hear the Dolphins are expected to release
Ingold, yeah.
and Jason Sanders?
And Sanders, yeah. We're looking at the same Twitter.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny, just ka-chucking around. So let's see, what have we got? Icy says, I am Twitter. Bob tried his best to play his way out of being traded. Apparently, the second round pick Tampa is sending to the Kings is for 2028, not 2026. All right, so Fiends have seemed to have slowed down a little. Arbor Jackeye is apparently somebody that the Flames have interest in. James Nichols, quote, requested to speak with Dougie Hamilton, who politely declined. Yeah, so what are your predictions? Do we have any concrete evidence here of anything else happening in the near future?
Okay. So, this is exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I saw some reports that basically were talking about that right now Tarasov is listed as the expected starter.
Yeah, the Marchand's deal dropped at the last moment's last.
I know. I was walking into the room to do the wrap-up video. I don't think they're gonna move Bubba though. Right? They wouldn't do that to us. Oh. Right, Kyle?
Yeah. Colby says last year all the insane trades came at 2:00. Don't be shocked if it happens again. There are some rumblings that the Hinostroza deal is a precursor to Wallstedt coming to Florida. Wallstedt.
Yeah, but why would that have anything to do with it? Like, I'm not saying it can or cannot, but like, why would that be like part of a separate deal? Like, why would we make a separate deal like that? I mean, they were Walls. Apparently, they're asking for a number one center. Apparently, it's what they're asking for Wallstedt. So, I mean, that's Lundell. That's was that Lele? That would be incredibly stupid, right? So that can't happen. Because Zito would never do anything stupid like that. Right, Kyle? I'm going to take this box out of here since this is garbage. And then that way I can just sit there and we can do it like we did last year.
Yeah, apparently John Carlson was asleep when he was traded and didn't find out about it until he woke up.
Damn, man.
He played for the Capitals for 17 years and woke up to be traded.
Hey, hold on, Nene. Hold on, sweetheart.
Matthias Janmark has undergone surgery. No Block confirms he will miss the rest of the regular season and playoffs. Uh-oh.
Jeez.
That means this is his cap.
Yeah. So he's
Oh no.
What's his cap? What's his cap?
Silva trying to troll everyone.
Yeah. What's Janmark's cap? Hold on, baby. I'll bring you to your bed. Just hold on, okay? Look out, sweetheart. I'll get your bed. Hold on, okay? Stay there. I'll take your bed for you.
Matthias Janmark's cap hit is $1.45 million. That's not very much.
What's his cap?
$1.45 million.
Okay, yeah, so that's not anything. That's so they can take Boquist from us. That's the cap space so they can take Boquist off our hands. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, Day. There you go. If you want to lay on your bed, go ahead. Want me to get the ball? The ball fell.
Oh yeah, Pagnotta's been reporting that the Habs circled back on Nazem Kadri. And that, quote, Patrick Laine could be involved.
That's interesting. Give me that. You can't sit there and chew it, though. You have to. Hey, you fucktard. Give me that. You lost your mind? Give me that ball. Huh? Oh, yeah. Give me the ball. Give me the ball.
Let's see.
Give me that.
Just ka-chucking around says anything we can do regarding moving Bob to keep the cup in the USA would be acceptable in my book.
I guess trade him. Well, no, Carolina doesn't need him. They got busted.
The Vegas might want him.
They got 3 goalies though. They got Hill. And we looked at this yesterday. They got 3 goalies. There's 2 other guys. I forget. We looked at it yesterday. Okay, good. She went out there. Is she coming back? Did you lose the ball?
It went into the
It went
bathroom.
to the bathroom. She can't see the lights off. Where'd it go? What the hell? Oh, I see what's going on in here. Okay.
So anyway, we're at an hour and 36 minutes to go.
You sure the ball went in here?
That's what I saw.
Oh, it went behind the toilet. All right, I'll close the door because I put the Drano down there again. You gotta tell me when that's happening. Ready? She's gonna come down here with the ball.
Yeah, Corey Perry.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, why would you get the guy who guarantees the Stanley Cup final loss?
Well, the Kings are at least retaining half his salary.
Yeah, but it's not like, I mean, it's only this year. It's no big deal there. So we pick up Hinestroza for, I mean, I suppose he could be the body to replace Greer, I guess. I mean, that's about his role. I don't think he's any, whatever, I guess. It's the only thing I can say to that. Wonder if Greer's the one going to Minnesota. But then why wouldn't we just trade Greer for Hinestroza and 3 firsts? Is that too much? Sweet. It's been a very uneventful day so far. Like, Carlson's really the biggest surprise of the whole thing. Lots of talk, but depending on what insider you read, some guys say Bob is going, some guys say Bob is staying. But Greer hasn't been moved yet. So that's an interesting situation. That's only, I mean, we got what? Hour and 45 minutes is what we got, Kyle?
What'd you say?
We got what, an hour and 45 minutes? Do we even have that? Hour and a half. That's it. At least it's going by fast. But there's really not anything, not a whole lot going on. Who would we and I wonder if they're going to play Tarasov just because Bobrovsky probably can't mentally properly prepare for a game if he doesn't know if he's being traded or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I would think that if we're not going to trade Bob, I would hope that we would get him signed to the extension.
Yeah.
Like now, You know what I mean? You don't want to risk losing him for nothing. But it's kind of disconcerting that, you know, I guess we would assume that, well, Emily Kaplan supposedly yesterday on one of the shows said Bobrovsky wants a 7-year extension, a 7-year deal.
David says I'm at work, so may have missed response. Any word on a Malkin suspension? It's a phone call, so it can't be more than 5 games.
Right. Well, hopefully that just get the extension done. I would have assumed that if we were offering him like 3 years at $8 million, or even 3 years at $10 million, like that would have already been done. If Bob was going to take that. So the fact that it hasn't gotten done kind of lends a little credence to the reports that he's been wanting a lengthy extension. I mean, that's a tough ask with the season that he's had right now.
Yeah.
And I suppose that maybe the only thing that might save us in that regard is if we said, okay, Bob, go ahead and talk to the other teams, and the other teams are like, 7 years, what? Are you Cocoa Puffs? Like, he may have ended up just getting a reality check if he went out there thinking he was going to get 7 years. Like, even 5 would be kind of stupid, unless it was going to be at platoon money, and then you were going to have him at like 41, 42, but as the, like where Jonathan Quick is as the backup, as a platoon guy. I mean, Brodeur played that long. There's been like a couple of guys that played that long.
Nick from Twisted Wrister says hello.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? It's very, very different vibe than from last year's trade deadline. Last year before we got Marchand, we were like, we're good, we're fine, we're going to win the cup again anyway. And then we heard about Marchand, and we're like, what did we have to give up to get him? But with Bubba, there's really no sense in making a deal just for the deal's sake, Somebody's going to have to blow our socks off, and I don't think that market's going to present, because if Bobrovsky wants a lengthy extension like that, whoever would be trading for him would likely just be renting him. And then who are the teams right now that he would go to and that would also be wanting to rent him to possibly win a cup?
Icy says, we did give Marchand the extension at his age.
Right. That's true. It depends on how much money Bobrovsky is wanting. If he's wanting 7 by 10 or 11, he's out of his gourd. If he wants 7 years at $5-6 million, it's like, well, okay, because then after a few years, if he's no good, you could still, eat the rest of the half of the contract if you had to waive him, or whatever the buyout would be, is what I mean to say. You could still buy him out, and it wouldn't be an extraordinary cost. And then Zito might just be sitting there wondering, has Bobrovsky's play decline in play? Is it because of the team, or is it because of age? And you can't really know the answer to that until next year, can we? So I suspect like I said, that Bobrovsky might be getting a little bit of a wake-up call in terms of what his value is. We could end up somewhere in the middle, like 6x6 or something stupid like that. I mean, he's going to start the season next year at 38, 39, 40. Like, it's not completely out of the realm to sit there and think 3 years. But you start getting more than 3 years, I don't think anybody's going to give him that deal. Like, who would? I mean, I guess Montreal might be willing to take that chance on him, but they might regret that because they're going to allow a lot of shots. You know what I mean? They don't have like shut down stellar D. Tampa don't need them. Boston don't need them. What are you going to do? Trade them to Detroit? Buffalo? Pittsburgh?
Craig says Bob to the Ducks so Gudis can get a cup.
Jeez. I suppose that's who's the Ducks goalies right now? Isn't it Dostal? I know. They traded Gibson and they ended up better. Just like
Nick says gotta jump, guys, but hopefully there's a big deal or two coming this afternoon. Go Sharks!
Yeah, Nick, we're counting on the Sharks. We're counting on the Sharks to knock the Oilers out of the playoff spot. That's what we're doing now. Don't let us down. You guys got the games in hand.
Oh yeah, TSN did the mock draft lottery, and guess who won the draft lottery?
Ooh.
The Maple Leafs.
That's funny. And possible, true. Anything's possible. Oh, I gotta send that. Okay. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Corey Perry to Tampa.
Yeah.
J-Man says, if we win the lottery, pack some picks and swaggy for Matthews.
For Matthews?
Why would we want Matthews?
Nah, for Brady Kachuk. 914430.
According to Darren Drigger, there's a better chance Bobrovsky gets moved than Binnington, and added that the chances of Binnington being traded is 50-50. The Hurricanes are working on a move for a bottom six forwards. David says Bob has money already from previous deals, so he might stretch it out to help the team.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been thinking. I mean, hell, I thought he was going to sign a 3-year, $8 million extension after the second cup last year. Just get it done over the summer. Like, I thought that was going to be a done deal. Just lock him in. But apparently 3 years is not going to be. Now, if we go through all of this trauma, and then he signs a 2-year, $6 million per deal, we're all owed an apology.
What?
Like if with the Bobrovsky thing, like if all of this goes on where he might get traded, and then the Panthers signed Bobrovsky to a 2-year, $6 million per deal.
Yeah.
Like we're all owed an apology. Like that ain't never gonna happen, but I take it. But Zito's got to take into consideration the salary cap and the things that we need to improve upon. At least we don't have to worry about giving Samuskevich much of a raise.
Barry Jackson says among the Dolphins' 30 free agents, they've shown interest in keeping several besides Cam Good, who's re-signed. Among the others, they would like to bring back, per source, tight end Greg Dulcich, who was very productive.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring that guy back. You got to have a dude with long hair if you want to win. Like, it just should be the rule, a rule. That you can't win the Super Bowl unless you got at least one guy with long hair sticking out the back of his helmet.
I still remember when the Packers had Clay Matthews.
Yeah.
That glorious hair.
Yeah, we already traded. What was his name? The guy that we called Thor. Just let the recent guy went to Minnesota. What the hell was his name? We didn't trade him. We let him go. Van Ginkel?
Yeah, Van Ginkel.
Yeah, Van Ginkel.
And that didn't really work out for Minnesota either because of injury.
Right.
NHL's official description of that goalie interference goal. Boquist made incidental contact with goaltender Jet Greaves in the crease that impaired his ability to play his position prior to Forsling's goal.
So it was no goal because it was incidental contact, but the goal against Tarasov was a goal because it was incidental contact. Brilliant. Oh, that's nice.
Leafs finalizing a trade involving Bobby McMahon.
Right. So, yeah, they're not going to sell any big pieces, but I think OEL is supposed to go too. Maybe we'll get lucky. The best day would be if we could re-sign Greer and Bob, and then the trade is Boquist. I can't believe we would let Greer go but keep Boquist. That makes me sick to my stomach.
So in the end, Mitch Marner's rights turn into a first and a fifth.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the Raiders released Geno Smith. So their starting quarterback depth chart is Fernando Mendoza and Aiden O'Connell. Oh, yeah, because of the draft.
Yeah. Yeah.
Susie says if they get rid of Greer, it better be an unbelievable deal. Well, the Kings just got a second for Corey Perry.
Yeah, if you can get a 2 for Corey Perry, man, Greer's got to be worth. I mean, because Greer's a long-term guy if you want to keep him. Perry, not so much. We'll see. nothing's doing so far. I mean, even for the medium trades, there's really not been a whole lot that's going on.
Did you hear the Bruins now have maximum Riz on their lineup? They traded for Massimo Rizzo.
Oh, okay. Hasn't been really any goalie movement, has there?
No.
Like nobody's like kind of got a goalie. I mean, like Montreal, like is that they're just gonna go in with their guys that they got? I mean, they gotta want somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Sharks did extend Delkovich.
Mm-hmm.
So that probably means, no looking for Bobrovsky. I don't know if Bob would have even gone there anyway. Carolina said they're not changing their goalie situation. Detroit don't need them.
Sean Shapiro ran into Sergei Bobrovsky at LCA. He is planning on skating this morning with the goalie coach after the Panthers played last night, and he backed up.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if they trade him, they gotta get Domingue on a plane to be the backup.
Yeah. Craig says this trade deadline is kind of like a quiet part of the horror movie. It's way too calm for too long.
Yeah, this is the part where the killer is hiding in your closet and you decide, I think I'll take a nice hot bubble bath. And you're pouring the water and you got your glass of wine or your Mike's Hard Lemonade. And that's about it. I mean, it is nothing doing for much of anybody. Trying to think in the East, the Islanders are pretty set at goalie. I mean, Pittsburgh. Oh, I did see somebody say that Pittsburgh was looking to see what the market for Skinner would be. But they don't have anybody we would want.
Rasmus Ristolainen is at practice for the Flyers.
What about Owen Tippett? I heard that the Lightning were looking at Owen Tippett.
David says Super Bowl better ease up on those edibles, Joss.
What did I say? Oh, because of the long hair. I'm just saying you got to have a guy with long hair.
What is wrong with Tyler Myers' neck? The Stars posted this, just a short video of Tyler Myers. What is wrong with his? Look at.
Oh, it's just a camera angle, I think. I mean, he's got a long neck, no doubt, but kind of camera angle-ish.
Please let something happen at this deadline.
Oh my goodness, right?
Icy says, is that the ghost of Jaws speaking? I don't see him.
Yes.
You can take back this seat at 2:00.
What? I ain't sitting in that seat. My eyes are tired. We got a game tonight. We'll see. Let's see what happens.
The Oilers may not be done progressing talks with Maple Leafs regarding Bobby McMahon, but the latest report is that the Avalanche are engaged in getting Bobby McMahon. Jaws has emerged from the shadows and now he's gone back into them. Ugh. So we got an hour and 11 minutes to go. So again, the last official trades was the Hinostroza trade
I know.
across the league. So
Yeah. This is something else. I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be exciting for us, but
these Can Run with Keen says, I would love it if LA got Matthews in a trade before the deadline. Icy says, so anyways, lovely weather we're having.
right?
Hungry Xenomorph called it yesterday a boring deadline.
Yeah, it's been pretty snooze inducing, no doubt.
Susie says, the suspense is killing me.
Yeah, I mean, that's really why we're here, right? So that we can beat Kyle up if we do trade Bobrovsky. That's pretty much why we're all here.
Beat me up?
Well, it'd be your fault.
Are you sure?
I mean, is it somebody else's fault? Not my fault. We'll blame it on Grandpa.
Darren Dreger replied, that's NHL rumor reports. That's always recycling the old news.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how a lot of that stuff picks up steam. Somebody tweets something and then everybody's treating it. What?
Oh, no, it's just
okay.
Something funny I saw.
Okay, that's fine.
Hearing Max Domi and Evander Kane are being shot into the sun. More information to go. Icy says, Kyle, you better count your days if Bob gets traded.
Yeah.
You mean days until my vacation?
Days until Flying Fluffy Baseball.
Real Cinema says, I still blame Jaws for saying he didn't want any of our guys going to the Olympics so they didn't get hurt.
How's that my fault? It's not my fault. We should have done what Tampa did and said, oh, no, these guys are injured. They can't go. Instead, we sent our guys that could barely skate.
Ferraro has joined the optional practice. All Sharks pending UFAs on the ice except for Klingberg right now. That was 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be one way to do it. If they had a practice and Bobrovsky was practicing and one of our own players just accidentally hurt him Oh, can't trade him now. He's hurt. Oh well.
Is there any report on if Bob is on the ice for practice today?
Well, I think they already would have had their morning skate. I don't know how much practice did he really have, and I think that was what we read about how he was going to be skating with the goalie coach.
Yeah.
But somebody had said that I think it's Puckpedia, one of the places that have the lineups.
Has Tarasov
expected.
Supposedly the Patriots offered a first and a third for AJ Brown, and Howie Roseman said no.
What's that?
AJ Brown, because there's still that drama going on with the Eagles and AJ Brown. The Patriots offered the first and a third, and Howie Roseman said no. In Miami, it'll be kind of hard. We have to say goodbye to the hero against that in the game against the Cowboys. You remember that? Jason Sanders?
Yeah, but they never brought him back last year, and so there it is.
And I'd be shocked. I sort of surprised that they chose Riley Patterson to stay potentially. The dude can't make a field goal past 54.
No.
The Blackhawks and Rangers. Oh, we've got some news finally. Apparently, Nick Deslauriers to Carolina.
Okay.
And also, the Blackhawks and Rangers are working on a Derek Pouliot trade. How do you pronounce that? Pouliot.
You'd probably be better at it than me.
Pouliot. So the Canes making the move. They got their 2C apparently. So the Hurricanes seem to be doing the Hurricanes things.
Yes.
J-Man says, wow, the Eagles should have taken that.
Well, we are at an hour basically now.
Little more. I guess the two sides could not agree on a contract between Dolphins and Sanders. That was anticlimactic. This is anticlimactic so far.
So far, but you never know what happens in the last hour.
What are Sidney Sweeney and Steve Yzerman doing? This is the time to strike if you think you're going to the playoffs. SoFlo says Vinny Hinostroza is a joke, right? No, this is not a joke. We got him. Yeah, don't forget, Marchand happened right at the end last year.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, I don't know what the Hinostroza deal is all about.
Well, the Wilds needed to clear some cap space after all the buying they've been doing.
Well, and that's fine, but why?
Why would we
Yeah, what's in it for us?
roster spot because we're about to trade Greer?
Ugh. Are they going to take Boquist from us? Ooh,
Hinostroza was one of Zito's first signings with the
yeah.
just about 1 hour until the Zito video reacting to the Bob rumors.
How about the Bobrovsky extension? How about that? Probably nothing's going to happen. No extension, no movement, nothing.
So what is Trilivine doing?
Well, they already made the one trade. I'm sure OEL will go somewhere.
Scott Arneal says he expects Isaac Rosen and Jacob Bryson to arrive in Winnipeg tonight, and they're hoping to have them in the lineup versus Canucks. Those are the most recent trades. SoFlo breaking decades-old news with the Gabranson. Omar says, "What's up?" Here we are, 1 hour to go officially.
1 hour to go.
1 hour to go. No, there's been no Bob trades yet.
There's been nothing.
Crickets.
Yeah.
Anytime now.
Yeah.
Trade deadline shows began like 5 hours ago, and there's been 3 trades. The Hurricanes have made a significant offer for the Rangers. Vote Vinny Trocheck.
Oh, for Trocheck.
Real Cinema says, "Don't worry, Mackey will be in Seattle soon, Jaws."
No, I heard that they're not interested. That's what I heard.
I
Of
feel
course, that's just the tweet that I saw. That's the one I'll believe.
Icy says, "I feel bad for the What Chaos guys. They've been doing a 24-hour stream since yesterday."
Jesus. That's hardly worth it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it gets your name out there.
So, Philly claims Glenn Denning. Vancouver claims Douglas. We've claimed Reinhardt with a D.
Not sure who that is.
It's Reinhardt from Vegas off of waivers. Cole Reinhardt. Soflo says, losing tonight put us in a very good position. We don't play again until Tuesday, and all of our rivals for the top 10 pick spots are playing twice in the time span. Colin says the Panthers have the real and fake Reinhardts now. So the Flyers are apparently receiving a late round conditional pick in exchange for Nick Deslauriers. Yeah, Deslauriers to Carolina. Omar says this trade deadline is a dud. Teams asking for too much as sellers.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, 55 minutes to go. Yeah, the Dolphins released Alec Ingold and said Corey Perry will wear number 10 with Tampa Bay, last worn by Anthony Duclair and himself. Corey Perry tells TSN he's trying to get his bags packed and get to Toronto to join the Lightning and is prepared to play against the Leafs tomorrow night. Yeah, Sam and Cold Reinhardt can do the Spider-Man pointing meme now. Vincent says, I am tired. Yeah. All right. SoFlo says it's kind of exciting. Scoreboard watching to the opposite direction, almost as fun as fighting for a playoff spot.
Right.
It's funny because everything is reversed. You want your rivals to win, and you actually want them to have games in hand on you. Craig says Reinhardt will be the Greer replacement.
Oh my God. I'll be right back.
You'll be right back where you.
Like in a minute.
Momentum is built for the Islanders and Blues to complete a Braden Shen trade. Mike says, I have a choice between this and watching paint dry. I'm so confused. Well, there's much less of a chance of, say, the drying paint spontaneously combusting. Left shooting forward has 7 points in 44 games with Vegas this season. Pro Wagon says, I could have sworn Vinny played more with the Panthers in the past, but Puckpedia says only 9 games in 2020. Vincent says, so it looks like Oilers or Habs at the moment. Pro Wagon, your guess is Bob is staying 3 more years at $6.25 million. Hinostroza played a lot early on, but his job was taken over by Wenberg. Two 11 p.m. here. So the Isles are apparently getting Braden Shen from the Blues. The momentum is built for Islanders and Blues to complete a Braden Shen trade. Philadelphia has traded Nick Deslauriers to Carolina for a conditional 7th round pick. Even more reason to hate the Lightning as they now have Corey Perry. Oh, apparently, according to TSN, Timothy Liljegren is going to the Capitals for a to-be-determined return for the Sharks. Interesting. I thought the Capitals were selling. The Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren. Flames like both Jack Eye brothers. Hearing White Cloud is also on the Canadiens' radar if the deal expands past just Kadri retain.
Turned on the heat. Freezing.
So
What happened?
a Braden Shen deal to send him to the Isles is apparently being finalized.
Okay.
And Timothy Liljegren's going to the Capitals.
All right. So some smaller stuff. When is the McDavid for Bobrovsky trade going to drop?
Oh, yeah. I actually should update the banner.
Oh, you got a banner going. Well, I'm cold. Turn on the heat. Leia's just laying on the bed. So I'll have to bring that bed back downstairs for her. That's
So, true, you just woke up. So, Vinny Hinostroza got traded to the Panthers for future considerations. And we also claimed Cole Reinhardt off of waivers from Vegas. Those are the only two things that have happened. There's no Greer news, no Boquist news, especially no Bob news. Shine's my guess is that Cole Reinhardt, these might be just guys we're getting because we're about to sell. We're about to sell Greer. Nerfel says 2 forwards brought in. We're definitely trading forwards. Elmer Soderblom to Pittsburgh, says Nerfel.
okay.
Stephen says maybe they want to rest some players as well, so we get to bring some in to fill.
Yeah. Although I don't know why we wouldn't just bring up our AHL guys. But I guess we want them to play well for the Calder Cup.
Again, a reminder, Nazem Kadri, apparently ownership is unwilling to retain on his deal, which may be the reason why he does not get traded.
Right.
Jelly Ellie says all these trades are trending in the direction that Greer should get a hefty return. Please do it if it's on the table.
Or maybe we just don't trade anybody and then we win 10 straight and make the playoffs.
Elmer Soderblom from Detroit to Pittsburgh for a 2026 third. So Detroit sold Soderblom?
Cole Reinhardt. Let's see. Let me look at what?
and apparently a conditional 7th round pick is the return for Nick Deslauriers.
So let's see. He's 26.
Yes, the trade deadline ends at 1500 Eastern time.
He's 6'1", 207. He's 26. He's played 44 games for Vegas this year with 3 goals and 4 assists, averaging 9 minutes a night. So
Daniela Ramirez says, as a Vegas fan, Reinhart actually stayed in the lineup most of the time when we had our injuries and played really, really well. Assuming you keep him, we really liked him.
Okay, appreciate that. He was originally taken in the 6th round by the Senators in 2020. In 6'1", 207, he's got some size, and he's young. So maybe they're trying to load up on guys that might be fighting for the 4th line next year. Interesting.
Apparently, it's a done deal. Shen has waived his no-trade clause to accept the deal to the Islanders. So the Blues are actually going to have a successful trade.
Yeah. Where was it? Oh, X.
So the Dolphins are now salary cap compliant. They freed almost $7 million supposedly with the release of Sanders and Ingold. Collins says, I do like the Cole Reinhardt pickup for the Cats, even though the Cats have so many forwards. Well, these moves seem to be being made with an express purpose of trading one of our other forwards.
You would think, right?
Things can change quickly in the final push, but sounds like nothing close with the Oilers as of now for any additional moves before the deadline.
So the Kraken extended Eberle 2 by 5 by 5.
Yeah.
5.5.
Cole Reinhardt has another year left in his contract.
Yeah.
Jellielli says, at least move Boquist, I'm begging.
I know.
Omar says, these trades are ridiculous. Perry for a 2nd round pick is a joke. So yeah, the cap, isn't Braden Shen the captain of the Blues, and he just got traded to the Islanders. Behold the benefits of not having Lou Lamoriello as your GM. The Islanders actually make moves at the deadline. 812.5 K AAV to 2027. Mathieu Joseph, whose contract with St. Louis was terminated today, signs with LA for 1 year at a prorated $900K. He played for the Kings' current coach, DJ Smith, in Ottawa. Shine says, no wonder the Leafs got a first for Waugh if Perry is getting a second. Casey Raised says, I don't mind the move so far. Need Bobby gone, though. Susie says, I think Zito waits until the last minute for attention. Well, his voodoo rituals take quite a while to set up and then perform. Yeah, he has to take full advantage of as much time as possible.
Yeah.
To hypnotize the other GMs and make them give us a guy like Marchand. Any rumors online? The only buzz was that he might have been involved in a potential Nazem Kadri trade to the Canadiens. But since the Flames are refusing to retain any salary on Kadri, he might not get moved at all. Also, what the hell is going on with Vinny Trocheck?
Maybe they weren't happy with the offered returns.
So that was the first big trade for the Blues. And this time they actually made sure the player waived his clause.
Yeah. Now, remember, we hadn't heard one word about Marchand last year, really, leading up to things, and then came in at the last minute.
Mike says the Panthers just signed Keith Yandel out of retirement. Yeah, the Rangers said they will keep Trocheck if the deal is not good enough. They'd have to be very stupid, I think, not to trade Trocheck.
I think he's got term on his deal.
Casey Rays says, hearing only two teams are really interested in Bobby, Oilers and Canadiens.
Yeah, he's signed through the 28-29 season. So they don't have to do anything. It's not like a deal where they're going to lose him for nothing. They don't have to do anything. And his cap hit's only $5.6 million. So they must be asking for a bunch. We're a half hour away.
Dana says, I think Vinny wants to stay on the East Coast for family reasons. His little kid said that he can't leave anywhere. He has his own little hockey team, so he can't move if his dad gets traded.
Right, I see. Huh. Nothing. Come on, announce the Boquist to where we want to send Boquist. Anywhere. The Boquist to anywhere for a 5th round pick. The Greer extension, the Bob extension, the Tarasov extension. Just announce it. Come on.
Blackhawks traded Aiden Thompson to the Rangers for Derek Pouliot. Craig says if Vinny goes from the Rangers to the Isles, that's close enough.
That's close enough. Yeah.
Nah, David, the Dolphins aren't going to sign Geno Smith.
There was some rumors, but
there's the people who are trying to will Kyler Murray to the Dolphins into existence, which bleh. And there's also the rumors that Malik Willis, the former Packers QB, would be, because more Packers.
Right.
Susie says, I'm sending something big. What a package?
What was she saying? Sensing. Maybe
Sensing.
Sensing.
Let's see. Morgan Riley is in play with a Western team, according to Eklund's NHL trade free agent rumors. That's hockey buzz. Take that as you will. Jonathan Huberto wants Nazem Kadri gets traded, and it's Will Smith all by himself in the empty room. A first, a third, and a prospect return for Braden Shed. Holy crap.
Okay.
KC says hearing Greer possibly to the Oilers, possibly for a prospect or late picks.
What?
That's what KC Ray said.
What?
Susie says sensing.
Why would we do him for just a prospect or late picks? What are we doing? If he's so highly sought after, why would we be trading him for peanuts? Guess we'll see what happens. Counting minutes here.
Everything is just rumor. Jake says it's just rumor, a BS.
Oh, okay.
Rumor at that.
Okay.
So that Chicago Blackhawks, that's just a minor league swap, essentially, between Chicago and New York. I know a good chunk of Rangers fans are going to be incensed if they don't trade Trocheck while his value is so high. David says, could be collecting picks to go with the pick we will get if we miss playoffs to acquire Brady next year. Ooh, this trade deadline is so slow. Well, I wonder, hey, are there any Islanders fans watching us right now? What are your reactions to the Braden Shen trade? A first, a third, and a player for Braden Shen going to the Isles. Casey Raised says, if Bob survives, cancel the season. The Islanders and Blues are currently staying at the same hotel in San Jose.
Oh my gosh.
Anthony Stolarz has been discussed in different potential trade scenarios, but that's old news.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Raised says, not an Isles fan, but don't think they need a shed. Hungry Xenomorph, well, the Panthers claimed Cole Reinhardt off of waivers from Vegas.
Yeah.
And also Braden Shen just got traded to the Islanders for a first and a third and a to-be-determined player. We got less than half an hour to go.
Okay.
The Isles have $6 million of deadline space. To add Shen, $6.5 million. There needs to either be retention, an Islanders player going in the trade, or a roster move to send someone down. Jelly Ellie, last year the Marchand trade happened at the literal last minute. JC says Jaws has been sent down to the basement in exchange for the puppets to now do the shows with Kyle.
Nothing.
Tom Wilson was apparently on the verge of tears while talking about John Carlson.
Yeah.
Penguins were in trade talks with Blues centers Robert Thomas. The Blues reportedly asked for Ben Kindle to headline the deal. It got shot down. The Blues just were having rotten luck aside from Braden Shen. So in terms of the Bobby McMahon to the Oilers potential, there are other options on the table for both sides. Leafs may be asking for one substantial former college star prospect.
$22
More like 21 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Canadians are asleep, supposedly.
All right.
Steven says, just because Bob doesn't play superstar complete wall goalie for a year doesn't mean we should get rid of him after one down year, especially one where he has had no defensive help.
Right.
David says he just got off the phone with Zito. You told him if he keeps Bob, you'll tell him where that fried chicken place is. Super. Ethan says, make a handshake deal with Bob, trade him for picks, and re-sign him in the summer. Less than 20 minutes to go until the deadline. So yeah, nothing has happened. No news on Greer. No news on Greer. No news on Bob. This banner right here is the full extent of everything the Florida Panthers have done today. So yeah, the only major trades we've had since the start of this day, aside from John Carlson in the middle of the night. Is the Braden Shen going to the Islanders. The Islanders actually did something because they don't have Lou Lamoriello as GM. A first and a third and a to-be-determined player. Ethan Lowe says, I want Greer to stay. Can send Boquist for a conditional 4 for 5th.
Yeah.
Steven says, who could we realistically get that would come close to Bob? There had been rumors about Wallstedt. Tipsy says, joining late, Kyle. Give me a rundown. Vinny Hinostroza traded to Florida for future considerations. Cole Reinhardt claimed off waivers by Florida from Vegas. Braden Shen to the Isles. Corey Perry to the Lightning for a second-round pick. That's about it.
That's about it.
Craig says, watch no more Cats move and they go on a run and miss the playoffs by a point. Craig. If that happens, we blame you, Craig.
Fifteen minutes.
15 minutes to go. Sweeney, what are you doing? Apparently, the Eagles have made Jalen Carter available in a trade that could land them Max Crosby. I think that would blow up both the Raiders and Eagles fan bases. JC says, is it true Austin Matthews requested a trade out of Toronto? Probably not. Dietrich says, they already got rid of Petrie. I think they can call it a day. Ethan
sounds like the Wings have emerged as the front runner for Justin Falk.
Ethan says, I remember hearing about the Marchand trade last year and waiting anxiously for an hour wondering if we lost Luosterainen. As we inch closer to 3 p.m., David Dwork has been told Florida has had continued discussions regarding an AJ Greer trade, but while things may have seemed close earlier, no deal has been agreed to. See how things play out in the next 15 minutes.
There you go. Like, we're not just going to throw them away. Watch us keep everybody and then go on a run. 3-peat.
Casey raised is am I wrong for thinking Sachwin is going to be a good midline player?
Well, I think his problem might be size. Memory serves me correct.
Colin saying Marchand to Florida. It's happening. Dietrich says, Bob slated to be in net tonight.
I mean, supposedly. We don't really know. Yeah, Sachin, the problem with Sachin is 5'11", 157.
What'd you say?
The problem with Grayson Sachin is 5'11", 157 pounds.
Yikes.
Okay, the dude weighs 15 pounds less than my skinny little ass. That's going to be a tough sell at the NHL level.
Hey, Leah. Who's a good girl? Yeah, the Red Wings have emerged as the front runner for Justin Falk. Hit the weight room, Gratian Dane, says Casey. Oh, Lily.
Yeah, you're a good girl. We'll be done soon. Unless something massive happens, kiddo. We got about 12 minutes left.
Well, don't forget, last year there were trades announced a couple of minutes after the deadline.
Yeah, but how many more minutes other than the 12?
I figure by 3:15, whatever will be announced will be announced.
Careful. Huh? You want to get on your bed? I got your bed there. No, you just want to hang out here? I'll be done soon, kiddo. Huh? All of this excitement has worn me out. It's a shame because Greer could have scored the game-winning goal last night. That would have catapulted us to the 10-game win streak. Now we'll never make the playoffs.
Apparently, the Dolphins have been named a potential landing spot for Cleveland Browns tight end David Njoku. Did we hear Dylan Brooks got arrested for a DUI? How hard is it for these players making millions of dollars?
I know. Just call an Uber, man.
How long will McDavid stay in Edmonton if they don't win a Stanley Cup? Look at his contract, and you'll see how long he's willing to wait.
What's that?
McDavid's contract. That's how long.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, baby. Lay on your thing.
Frankie Stein says, we don't need anybody. Don't need to trade anybody. Next year, we are rested. We are the best team in the league. Hey, I'm 6'0", 165. Don't hate. Let's see. So less than 10 minutes to go. Apparently, the Flyers are not moving Rasmus Ristolainen. They did not get their price.
Seems to be happening a lot today, huh? So it's going to be Bobrovsky, Samuskevich, Rodriguez in the first for Kachuk and Olmark. That's the deal. What do I get if I'm right?
What did you just say?
Bobrovsky, Rodriguez, Samuskevich, and a first for Olmark and Brady Kachuk.
Bobrovsky and Samuskevich.
Samuskevich, Rodriguez, and a first for Olmark and Brady Kachuk. Careful with your tail, sweetheart.
Apparently, the Canadians
Canadians
are out on Trocheck.
Everybody wants
the Canes are
Canes. Everybody. Oh yeah, the Rangers don't have to sell.
But they would have gotten a sweet return.
But then they also have to. Well, I mean, the Rangers are rebuilding.
So-
I don't know why they wouldn't send them back to Carolina.
Pagnotta says it sounds like Trocheck and Ristolainen are not being moved. And Shen Pen is hearing nothing imminent on John Klingberg.
I wonder if the Canes being out on Trocheck might make them run back to us for Greer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We want 2 firsts and Brandon Bussey. Huh? Hey, you good girl. We're almost done, sweetheart. We're almost done. She's getting antsy. We're almost done. You want me to feed you? You only got 10 minutes left. Let me give you your food. Come on. You want to eat? Because you're going to knock that wire out. I can tell. Come here.
KZ Raised is hearing Bobby will be staying in Florida. Steven says if that happens, Jaws, I'm going to you for the winning lottery numbers. Yeah, imagine we're all just sitting here just for the Panthers to do nothing. Collins says it seems like Greer and Bob are staying. Vincent says, let's assume a few things. There were a handful of teams calling. Probably Bob's camp insists on immediate extension, which complicates a trade. Give him 5 years already and call it a day. NHL Aviation says, hey, Kyle, well, Darch did something and you're unhappy with it. You're not happy with that price for Braden Shen? First, a third, and a prospect? Three minutes to go. This has been... We're only a couple of minutes away. This is just around the time where we thought nothing else was happening last year. And then, all right, just about at 3 o'clock. When Marchand's to Florida. NHL and Aviation says that price is god awful for a 34-year-old carrying $6 million for the next 2 years. Yeah. You just need to get the trades into the queue. Rasmus Ristolainen stayed put. Flyers had a price and stuck to it. Mind closing the door?
No, me there.
Yeah. Gotta remember, trades must be approved by the NHL. That's why moves take a bit to be announced. 1 minute remaining.
Kyle,
What?
have you been having problems getting water to come out of this?
No. One minute to go. Yeah, the Flyers claimed Glendening.
Never mind.
So the trade merely merely has to be put in the queue. There it is. The trade deadline is here. Yeah, pencils down. We have hit the deadline. So we'll stick around for maybe at least 5-10 more minutes as trades that were in the queue get approved.
Remind me to get wine cleaner.
The Panthers are currently focused on trying to re-sign Bobrovsky, Pierre LeBrun.
Okay. That's good news. He's not going anywhere.
So what we're hearing is that Greer got sat out of last night's game for no reason.
Yeah.
What a terrible trade deadline.
I know.
Most people's thumbnails for the videos covering it are going to be either Corey Perry or Braden Shed. So sources indicated Drury did not get his asking price for Vinny Trocheck. Tipsy says, I swear to God, I'm going to be pissed if we sign Bob for anything past 2 years and anything more than 5.5.
Get ready to be pissed.
Shine says playoff salary. Shine says playoff salary cap and the elimination of double retain has wrecked trade deadline day. NHL Navy, she says, we had the biggest trade of the day and I'm unhappy with it.
Yeah.
JC says, worst part of the day's lackluster trade deadline is His Boquist is still on the team. Oh,
What?
McMahon to Seattle.
Oh, okay.
We actually got some news.
Good girl.
That's our first.
Yeah, exactly.
Bobby McMahon to Seattle. So there's your first of the things announced after
Okay.
the trade deadline.
I know they thought they were going to trade OEL as well.
So the Blackhawks are apparently done. Dave H10 says, why Vinny Hinostroza?
I have no idea what. No idea why. I mean,
Your only moves right as of this moment were
picking up-
Hinostroza
yeah,
and Cole Reinhardt.
getting Reinhardt off waivers makes some sense. Now, maybe we just wanted some bodies because we plan on sitting guys, and we didn't want to completely deplete the Checkers roster as they go for to get a Calder Cup.
What'd you say?
I'm saying maybe we pick those guys up so that we would have some bodies
Yeah.
to just play while we rest some of our regular guys.
Yeah.
Instead of just depleting the Checkers as they go for a possible Calder Cup. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but the Cole Reinhardt thing, I'm willing. I mean, if the Vegas fan immediately said that we'd like him, well, let's see what he's got. Right? Let's see what he's got. Now, the Hinostroza thing, okay. I mean, we did Minnesota a favor, I guess, so they clear some space. So I don't know what that's all about, but maybe they'll do us a solid later. Wait, isn't that where we sent Petrie, right?
No, Petrie went to the Wild.
Yeah. Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't Hinostroza come from Minnesota?
Yes.
So maybe it was kind of they did us a solid, we did them a solid.
Casey Ray says apparently Hinney wanted Florida.
David says, why not, right?
I'm okay with standing pat. We owe it to the guys who signed for less to let them get healthy and make a few more runs. So, Tim Thomas is the oldest goalie to win a Stanley Cup as a starter at 39, and look how he turned out. That was also a miracle run.
Yeah.
Justin Falk went to Detroit for a first and a third.
Oof. Okay.
Justin, so the Blues, the
Blues really.
The Blues went out with a vengeance after Parayko turned them down. And apparently the return for Bobby McMahon is a second and a fourth going to Toronto.
Okay.
So yeah, the Blues for trading Justin Falk and Braden Shen are getting 2 firsts, 2 thirds, and a to-be-determined prospect.
That's a haul.
Yeah.
That's a haul.
No, we did not trade Mackey. JC says, Zito lost a step. Feel like he really missed the mark in not trading Jaws and Boquist. We sent down Vilmanis and Bjornfoot to Charlotte.
Why'd we send Vilmanis down?
Strome to Calgary. Wait, what?
Why'd we send Vilmanis down?
It seems Cole and Vinny will actually play on the main team. Ryan Strome to the Flames.
Why would we send Vilmanis down? He should have been moved up in the lineup.
Ryan Strome from Anaheim to Calgary. So here we've got a little bit of rush of news. Yeah, we've sent Vilmanis and Bjornfoot down to Charlotte.
The Bornfoot, I understand. Oh, I guess we're going to play Sabrango instead of Bornfoot. Whatever. But why Vilmanis?
Yeah, after all the noise, both of the big fish, Kadri and Trocheck, stay with their respective teams.
Yeah, nobody moved. No Greer, no Bubba. I mean, like,
yeah, we're Hull to St. Louis. Hull. Which players? That's Justin Hull from the Leafs to the Blues. Pierre LeBrun said we're trying to re-sign Bob. It's so they're eligible for the AHL playoffs. They'll be recalled by tonight. It's a paper move, says Nerful.
Okay, thank you, Nerful. Thank you. I was wondering if we had lost our cotton picking mind.
Craig says Zito passed out with the alarm going off in the background. It's a paper move. It's so they're eligible for the AHL playoffs. So it's a 7th rounder. So the Ducks get a 7th rounder in exchange for sending Ryan Strome to the Flames. So we finally get all the news now that the
yeah.
Tipsy says, "Thank you, Nerful. I was about to lose my shit."
Yeah.
All right. Seattle collecting middle 6 wieners, like 6 like infinity stones. All right, so still not much of anything actually happening. Drew on to the Blues. What are they, just filling roster spaces?
Maybe.
Pagnota says there was lots of interest in Greer, but no trades.
Okay. I wonder if that means we're going to re-sign him. I mean, that's what I was hoping for. You know? Like, we don't need to just give him away.
So
we actually didn't trade anybody away other than Petrie.
Yeah. Bobrovsky's staying put, and according to Pierre LeBrun, they're banking on a bounce-back year next season while trying to find his successor. So
very interesting.
So the Rangers did not move Trocheck. Calling other teams. Can we have Bob? Zito hangs up the phone.
Well, now it'll be interesting to see what that extension's going to be.
So just a few more minutes then.
Yeah, because remember, we got a game tonight.
Yeah. So Jessica chucking around says we should have fired Petrie out of a cannon months ago.
He's not. He wasn't our problem. He wasn't Nate Schmidt, but he wasn't really bad or nothing. Like, I think we kind of knew what we were getting, when we signed him. We were right up against the cap. We didn't really have much room to work with there. Somehow Jesper Bohlquist is still. I mean, look, the summer can come and we can still make trades.
Yeah.
We have to. Dude, we got too many guys. Like, Barkov comes back, it's just too many guys.
Oh, it's the Blues got Jonathan Drouin as part of the Shen deal.
Oh, okay.
So. Great White says, no team is sane. Can we have Bob? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
3:15. We're good. We're good.
All right.
Let's close it up so we can get some dinner and take a break before the game.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sorry for the lack of excitement. I'm sure tonight's game will be riveting.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all. We'll see you again tonight if you come hang out with us.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, we'll see you later. Yeah, like Ethan says.
Yeah.
Snores.
Yeah, no doubt. Snores and Panthers.
Okay.
All right, guys.
See you later.
We'll see you in a few hours.